bum. Bum bum bum. Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay. And those thingies. We wait for a bit. Hello, Lunatic. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good today. Hello. Why does my mic sound different? Is it bad? I think I haven't quite found the right position. Is it better now? It's a little worse than before. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, not this again. Is it better now? It's a little worse than last stream? I see. Maybe it's still bad. Okay, let me... Is it still bad now? The movement has changed nothing. Okay. Probably the cable. It says it isn't. It says it isn't. It's around the right one. This is the Yeti. Here. Looks like a headset microphone. Here. Okay. No, it is. It is the. Hold up. I think I know what it is though. Okay, is it better now? I think it's better now. That better? The cable was getting caught up in a piece. So maybe that's what. Still about the same. God damn it. How about now? The mic's farther away from me now? Hey. Yeesh. Why? You don't. It's a little quieter. Okay, is that good or bad? That good or bad? Not good. Jesus. Like, it changed nothing. It changed nothing. It is about the same. Crap. You can hear stuff clunking around. Ping. Yeah. Hold up. Let me test something. Man. All my filters are here. Got the threshold, everything. I don't want to mess with them though, because they make things much worse if I mess with them. Oh, come on. What the heck? Hello? Is this okay? Oops. I have in my frenzy. Turn the Spotify off. Why audio? Why? Also, there's a dog barking in the horizon. I don't know if you can hear him. Hello? Cannot hear doggo, that is good. Then the filters are doing their job. The filters are doing their job. Maybe. How about now? Is audio a little better now? No difference whatsoever, huh? Okay, before we start the stream, I'm gonna try one last thing. I'm gonna reset the cable. Maybe it might be a cable thing. It's usually a cable thing. Hello? I just realized something very important. I am very stupid. For you see, I was talking with my mic turned against me. It's probably, the audio is probably much better now. The audio is probably much better now. So, hello everyone, how's everyone doing today? Hi. I'm stupid, how are you doing? I'm so... Oh god. Oh god. I bet it is. Okay. So, lunatic, you're gonna love this, right? You know how microphones, they, like, I don't know if you've ever seen a big microphone, right? But they have a front and a back, right? And it looks kind of the same. And when I was putting in my mic, I didn't realize that it... How do you say... Oh, Lunatic! Thank you for the tier 3 sub! I really appreciate it, even without the professionalism. Thank you. So here's what happened. I, for some reason, didn't notice that the mic was turned against me. So you were literally hearing my voice echoing from the table. That's why it sounded echoey, because it was an echo. I wasn't talking to the mic, I was talking against the mic. You know? I'm supposed to talk to the front of the mic, you know? Not the back of it. I was talking to the butt of the mic. So of course it was gonna sound horrible. Thank God I didn't mess around with the filters. Can you imagine if I did? Can you imagine if I did? Jesus Christ. Okay. So, what are we doing today? Today, I don't have any commissions yet. I got like 2 people in like the process of making the commission. We're still talking stuff, but while that doesn't happen, I figured I could make some art for myself, right? So I had 2 ideas for art for Mama Kiba, right? One I did, which was the maid, right? Which I ended up going with a different pose than what we started, but that I thought turned out pretty good. And while we're in this rush of like making big sprites, right? I figured I could make one for Gyaru Kiba too. Gonna use the model as ref, right? And I wanted to make something like something summer-ish, right? To join forces with the golden bikini. I don't know if the golden bikini trend is already past it. I still see them. I still see them on the social, so I guess it's still around, or at least it's a classic. So I figured I wanna do something like that while we still can. So I wanted to do a pose, right? I am not entirely sure how to do it. I wanted to do something that is a little bit more from the back, right? Like I said before, I kind of need to train drawing butts. Kinda do. I've been focusing too much on the boobs. I need to focus a little bit more on the butt. Butts are important. So that's what we're doing today. And how's everyone doing today? It is really funny, almost to the point of being ironic, that I'm do a bikini art today. Been alright? That's good to hear. Because we had like don't know how to say this, but there's like a mass of cold air. Basically, on Saturday it was hot, and suddenly on Sunday it was not. That is basically how the weather is at the moment for me. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think I figured out the pose I wanted thanks to... Oops. I have a little model here, a little Revolchung that helps me figure stuff out. We could do... yeah, like this. Okay, so I figured out the pose more or less. Then let's get started. Let's get cracking. I've been watching a few videos here and there. I saw something that I thought was very interesting in a psychology video, right? It was talking about something called consciousness and mentalization, right? And basically, it gives the idea that, you know how there are people who are always talking about stuff and drama, like they're always the victim and stuff like that, right? So, people who make everything very, very personal, right? And these people are usually not very good company, but also this type of situation tends to happen a lot because of this thing called mentalization. And this thing called mentalization is basically the skill of being able to try and figure out other people's point of views on stuff, right? And I thought it was pretty interesting, because if you ever like dealt with people who take everything too personal, and it feels like, wow, why does this person keep thinking the worst of me all the time? It's because they are actually kind of weak on the mentalization part. When people aren't like really capable of understanding why other people do things, they tend to assume the worst as like the first thing. And I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought it was like a pretty interesting thing. But BRB, alright, Lunatic. It's kinda also why when a lot of drama happens, there's a lot of drama that happens over nothing on Twitter and stuff like that. People are having more trouble doing the mentalization speech thingus, apparently. So I thought that was interesting. Also, I haven't watched the Needy Girl Overdose yet. I haven't. My main problem is that Crunchyroll is awful and terrible. And it only works in a single TV in my house, which is the living room. It's the only TV that it works. And because it's the only TV that it works, Momocha doesn't want to watch it. It's like the themes of that anime are literally too much of a bummer for her. Which I honestly respect and agree. But I kinda wanna watch it because it is... I don't know. I feel like it could be relevant because the main vibe of that anime is that it's gonna be trying to denounce streamer culture as a whole. In a sense. And it's kind of an interesting starting point when it comes to conversations. Of like understanding point of view from people who either are outside of streaming or have become so jaded that they can't see like a good side to streaming, so to speak. Cause like I was listening into some ideas and stuff, and I kinda realized that the main reason why, whenever there is like a niche community or a niche hobby or stuff like that, why the hell is there a tendency for people to like either violinize, ostracize, or not even like stop to hear the side of the people who are part of these communities, right? And the main reason is usually the current reason nowadays is that if you go and do like a documentary on like a niche thing or whatever, and you just end the documentary like, and they're all very nice people and they're just trying. There are some bad apples here and there, but they are everywhere, stuff like that. That doesn't sell shit. That's boring. It's most there is an entertainment value with that, and you gotta have some entertainment value. So people will pick apart like bad parts, maybe some people who are more negative, and just kind of try to paint it as if everyone is like that, essentially. This is a trend that honestly has been happening for way too long with everything. One of the earlier examples that are relevant to me. Man, that's a dumpy. I don't think that's accurate. That is a pretty big dumpy. Have you guys ever heard of the D&D satanic panic situation? This happened... Arguably, it's still happening today. Where basically D&D overnight became something that was villainized, and there were people who were like blaming it for the corruption of youth and stuff like that. And I don't think D&D was ever like a popular thing. A truly popular thing, you know? Making it a weird thing to be a villain. Later that got transferred to video games, you know? But yeah, basically there were like a bunch of like authors and stuff like that that would accuse D&D of being a devilish thing, an evil thing that evil people did in their basement, and it was evil worship and stuff like that. But really, it's a very boring. It's like nothing like that at all. It's nothing like that at all. There were movies. There was a movie that I could never watch it. I only saw a review of it. And to this day, I really, really want to watch it. It's like a movie that Tom Hanks was a part of it. A very young Tom Hanks was... Hey Norex, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? We're trying to figure out anatomy. We have to try to figure out anatomy every time we draw. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Oh, fuck that. Venorex Mazes and Monsters is a far out game. By the way, you missed this? When I started the stream, I started panicking because Lunatic was telling me that audio was sounding awful. And after unplugging and replugging my mic like 5 times, I discovered it was backwards. Fucking hell. The mic was only bad because it was backwards. Yeah. The microphone. The microphone was backwards. Like, I'm supposed to talk towards the little red light, right? The little red light was backwards. I didn't realize. I was like, I don't know why. There's something different about my microphone today. I can't quite put my finger on it. There's something different about it. Oh well, let's start the stream. Yeah, I had it positioned backwards. Yeah, like the little arm thing, it can spin, right? So the microphone was backwards. And the thing was like, wow, the sound is very echoey for some reason. And meanwhile, the microphone was doing its best to capture my voice reflected from the wood on the table, my plywood table. Yeah, I felt very, very stupid. It was a very I feel silly moment. Okay, so in your microphone there's a small main mirror that resonates surrounding noise, such as your voice. Ooh, if I increase it a little bit, we can have feet in the painting, in the picture. You can limit which noise it picks up by the type and positioning of the membrane used. Yeah. It was in the heart positioning. Theoretically, I could adjust it so backward is forward. Right? But also, if I do that, the cable will be smashed up against the knob thing of the arm, and that ends up being worse. And you're telling me you got a mic that limits itself to your voice in close proximity to the pointed in the wrong way. Exactly! Not on purpose. But like, it's because I whenever I'm not using my mic, I fold it, right? And sometimes because of the cable, it twisted, right, in the wrong way. Because I always leave it more or less in the right position. But today, when I was unfolding it, it turned it backwards. I didn't notice. Like a fool. Hey Red, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's an amazing licky. That's a great emote. How are you doing? Hello. Also, sorry for yesterday, but I was 1 hour over my bad time. Hope you're doing good. Thinking of those ideas? Nice. Let's see. You know, it's always a challenge to draw nice feet. Not that different in pixelart. But a mouse might just need some Chimex Kiba. I have to ask my wife. Depending on what it is, I'll have to ask my wife. She can't join too. She actually doesn't like not safe for work of her model in particular. She feels weird about it. Momochi has a very strict set of rules regarding these things. Stuff which, and by the way, pro tip for life, right? Always discuss these things with your partner in advance, right? Makes a relationship healthy. Makes the relationship healthy. I actually have been asked before to draw an SFW content of her model. She's okay with nudity. She's okay with some amount of nudity without like her doing anything spicy. She's more of a fun service kind of girl, you know? She's very much okay with whatever would happen in like a filler episode of Love Hina. Well, most of what would happen in a filler episode of Love Hina anyways. But she, like a more explicit thing, it makes her a little bit uncomfortable. It is interesting. Momochi gets in the mecha. She does. I remember I don't remember what I was talking with Momochi the other day, but somehow the conversation became about how would you defeat a kaiju, how would your VTuber defeat a kaiju, right? And Momochi's answer would be that she would like try to stand in front of the kaiju would eat her. And she would just perpetually regenerate inside the kaiju until it dies of food poisoning. That was her answer. Ever since she's been thrown into a volcano and survived, she's leaning into that very heavily. Also, it's also probably partially because she watched Hell's Paradise. Why my autocorrect mess it up? That is a good question. That is a good question. It scared me a little bit that those large language models are literally like an advanced version of the same technology of an autocorrect. And you know how much an autocorrect messes up. Kaiju is a safe term. And let me guess, Kailua isn't. And it was like, yep, it definitely means Kailua. Obviously, it's Kailua. This phone knows I'm a monster fucker. Damn. Let's see. I think I'm making the... I call this the leg potato. I think I'm making it too big. A little bit more forward. But yeah, one day I would really like to watch Mazes and Monster. Because that movie seems so ridiculous. And also didn't do a good job at trying to stir up anti-D&D panic either. Which kinda makes it funny. Cause like... It has scenes. It has scenes. It has D&D people gathering up in a poorly lit room with candles while playing some new age music. Some very cringy. Speaking of cringy new age music, hold up. I have unearthed some things from my car. How I defeat a kaiju. You would lay the kaiju to rest. Huh? 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 Step 1, remove shorts. Something like this. Step 2, it says, "Hey Tammy! Welcome to the stream, how are you doing?" Here we go. In bed on a tablet, legs hurt, so not on the PC. Ah, in bed on tablet, legs hurt, so not on PC at the moment. Also eating pizza. Nice, which flavor? Does it have pineapple in it? Does your pizza have pineapple in it? You wish. I do! I'll be real, pineapple and ham or bacon are a very underrated combination. They're very underrated. Also, I'm Brazilian. If you've seen Brazilian pizza memes, you'd be like, you know what? That is a mild opinion from a Brazilian. That is a very mild opinion from a Brazilian. Coming from a Brazilian, that pizza opinion is very mild. You wanna tell me you wanna get punished? Huh? Huh? You've been bad and wanna get punished? Huh? Huh? Well... Too bad. You get pinned. How did you get up? You're supposed to be pinned under. Huh. Well, too bad. Stay up there and think about clicking in the right place. How about you go D? Wah! Not the dolphins. Not the dolphins. Not Echo the Dolphin. Not Echo the Dolphin. I heard they were making a remake, by the way. I heard they're making a remake of Echo the Dolphin. That is frightening. That is frightening. Kinda wanna play it, that's the worst part. I feel like Echo the Dolphin is a generational trauma. I really do. Remake with the dolphin being gray and black? Heck yeah! Aren't all dolphins gay though? Aren't all dolphins gay? Kinda. They like just straight up give each other bro jobs. And or also don't respect women. I remember there's some documentaries on dolphins. I'm sure how they do it, that they will self-delete if they can't jerk it. Jesus. I feel like I've seen that in a hentai plot before. I feel like that's a hentai plot. And I think it had nurses on it, which means it's traumatic. Like one of the zookeepers that did that to a dolphin, and... One of the zookeepers did that to a dolphin, and it did to that when she quitted the... Oh... Wait. So, a zookeeper lady was jerking it for the dolphin, and then she got fired for it, but the dolphin died because he actually needed that. Huh. I see. Wait. So... Okay, so one, that means that dolphins were alone in captivity. Holy crap. No, honestly, Tommy, I believe you. I believe you because, my grandma, when she was little, she grew up in a farm, right? And one of the inappropriate stories she would tell us was about how this lady saw a horse sting and thought it would be fun if she played around with it a little bit. The horse ends up going berserk horny, essentially, and starts chasing her all over the place. And her husband had to put the horse down because it literally started stalking the lady everywhere to try to mount her. My grandma's take on all this, such a fucking shame. It was such a nice, it was such a pretty horse. She was 10 when she witnessed that. Jesus. So yeah, I believe you. Question is, do you believe me? Resume. Resume? Resume? I feel like one foot is bigger than the other. Yes. Okay. Left foot is bigger. Left foot is definitely bigger. Hey Kai, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Let me see, by how much? Because I think the left foot has a good size going on. So the question becomes, where do we expand the foot? And I hope foot expansion remains an untapped market. Anyways. There we go. You're good? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I think this shape is alright now. Damn it, why you gotta hit me with the Chrono Trigger music? Because it's good, okay? It's really good. 2 days until Subnautica, nice. Man, I still remember that one time on which she played Subnautica with Hato. It was so funny. It was so funny. It was basically torture for Hato. Cause Hato has that fear of the deep, kinda, that fear of the underground. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. Not underground, fear of underwater, right? And Momochi is not afraid of underwater. Yes, she has the opposite. If anything, she has thalassophilia. She was almost a mermaid VTuber. I think part of the reason why she didn't was because she didn't, like, knew how to make a mermaid tail work for a VTuber. Like, nowadays, people just attach the fishtail to the butt and call it a day, right? But being an actual mermaid VTuber with the features where they're supposed to be is kinda hard, in the sense that you never show your tail and it's a really big waste. I deal with enough Siren Skiba, that is fair. That is fair. Okay, maybe we can make this a little bit. There we go. Guys like too many holes. Too many hosts. Do 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 do. Too many hosts. Do 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 do. Also, if none of you hear me, I'll be taken by Subnautica too. That is nice. That is nice. Honestly, it's so much fun to just disappear in a game's world for a little bit. It is absolutely fun. Remember, kind of hydrate. No, please hydrate. Please hydrate. Hydration is important. Yes. Water everywhere and not a drop to drink. The ocean really isn't fair, is it? It's truly not fair. You are surrounded by water everywhere. Nature is never fair. That is true. That is absolutely true. The fairness of nature is that it's unfair to everyone. In its own special way. Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that Kiwis. Oh, poor Kiwis. Poor Kiwis. The dodo is an interesting one, though. The dodos, I think, are interesting in their own right. Technically, they weren't screwed by nature itself. Nature actually gave them a habitat that was a little bit too good. From what I understand, Kai, the dodo isn't really, or they were to them. The way it works was kind of like this, right? The dodos existed on an island where there were no predators capable of hunting them, right? The woolly mammoth actually went extinct later than we originally thought. Neat. Glad they got to be here for a while longer. But the thing with the dodos, right? The dodos, they existed on an island where there was nothing that could that would hunt them. And they just kind of vibed with unlimited food supply. And they pretty much didn't know violence, essentially. Till one day, a group of sailors dropped it on the island and they were like, guys, there's giant chickens there. And they don't run away. So the sailors ate all of them because they didn't know how to defend against the sailors. So they just went there to stock up on free chicken till the free chicken died. An island with no predators, so New Zealand to my country empire does things. Let's see. Saber-tooth tigers got fucked by their own teeth not being able to bite anything. Was it like a mating thing? It's probably whenever that happens, it's always a mating thing. The worst thing that can happen to an animal species is the females being attracted to something that actively makes the living hard. It happens to a lot of species. You know those crabs with the really long claws? Those claws are useless. They are completely useless. However... Oh! Thank you for following Crimson Kitsune Arts. Thank you. Welcome to the stream.
Crimson Kitsune _arts join the ninja.
Heck yeah! Welcome. So apparently those big claws... Hello, fellow artist. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We do the pixels around here. How about you? How are you doing? Have you heard about Strigopidae? I have not. If I have not heard it from this name. What is a Strigopidae? And then actually, I know a pixel artist as well. Personally use Procreate myself. Ah, I see. I like Azeprite. I like to keep things simple. Let's see. Strigopidae is a flightless parrot in New Zealand. Oh, I never heard of it. It sounds very cute. Sounds like it would be very cute. I need to figure out how sprites work. Honestly, in a sense, so do I. Most of the time, I only use I'm probably not using the program to its full potential. Admittedly. But like... It's really nice that you can do layer selection just by using Control click on it. It's like, that alone is very useful. It also has a tile system. I need to learn how to do that better though. I just need motivation to draw anything. Let's see. They also got fucked by evolution. They're critically endangered. Their medical sucks. Oh no! Which I'm severely lacking. Waiting for inspiration is hard. I'm new to the streaming game myself, so I'm trying to expand myself if that makes sense. Oh no, I understand. Hello Medina! Welcome to the stream! How are you doing? Male Strigopidae will dig a small hole in the hole. Sit in the hole and scream to the top of the lungs. Oh, that sounds adorable in a very weird way. Ippy and hungry, but fine otherwise. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I decided I was going to draw Gyara Makiba on a bikini, and now we're doing the basis for it. And since the call is so low pitched, the females can feel it, but can't locate it. Oh no! So they screech to that. Nah, Tammy, they have to be alive to be able to reproduce, so they'll just scream close to that, probably. Golden Bikini, heck yeah, Kiba. Go do the bitch queen, you deserve to be. Thank you. After this fails, the defeated male stereotype tries to fuck her. Oh no! Now hold up. to Kai's statement. Now, I heard of rock hard, but that's ridiculous. Anyways.
Fuck you, Kiba.
Thank you, Tammy. The smile, the then smile, the fucking eyebrows. I actually have to do that with my eyebrows for the move. It's not a taco. I'm very good at moving my eyebrows. This. Man, I wanted to promote my vision more, right? But then the other day something happened that made me a little bit discouraged to do it. Because the second I linked it, Kiba has a vision? I do. Must follow. I believe I posted it on the... What's a vision? Vision is a platform for commissions. So basically, it's a good alternative to Twitter, to finding people who are interested in commissioning. Anyone knows how to make outfits in Vroid? No, I know a person who knows how to take outfits from video games and put them on Vroid. But the problem with Vision was that I had expectations a little bit higher than I should have about the website. And I almost got hacked because of it. I actually almost fell for a bot because I thought the platform had more prevention against bots, but no, they don't. Thankfully I did. I almost clicked on the link and then I was like, wait a minute. This request is very generic. And I only posted your character here's. What is happening? The bikini model looks amazing, by the way. The glasses are very cunty indeed. Aren't they? And that is not all. We also have... Let me find it. Do I have it in this, though? Oh, no, it's not in this. Hold up. Never mind. Does Momochi have a vision? I think she... I remember she has a code. I think I got the code from her. I don't remember if she set up shop yet. She got 2 codes, and she gave me one, and she's like, here, you do it first and tell me what it's like. Darn, friend of mine is looking to see if anyone can draw custom outfits for it, since nobody knows in my friend circle. Yeah, I don't... Unfortunately, I don't mess with Vroid much. I think... Hold up. Momochi... Hold up. Tell me. Momochi might know. I remember... I don't remember who. But a while back, someone actually made a Vroid model for Momochi. They made a 3D model for her so she could put it into like a 3D game. maybe at one point we might try to put that model in like a Skyrim mod or something. Unfortunately, she did rebrand already, so that model is severely outdated. But yeah, the guy almost got me. The guy almost got me. The bot almost got me. What? But then I almost clicked on it, but I was like, wait, why does he need to send the references in a different site? And what site even is this? So I tried looking it up. It was like a generic file hosting site, right? I was like, good thing you caught it? Yeah, it was. Apparently there, on VJane, there is like a scam going on where like a fake... like fake bot people will try to do fake commissions. And they do it like very generically too, like, right? It's like, oh, hey, I love your art style. Here's my character sheet, right? And you work out the poses and stuff like that. Which is generic enough that it can grab a lot of people depending on what's the services. But because it was your character here, it's like, wait a minute. What is he talking about? That's horrible. Imagine an artist being all excited and this happened. That is how they get you. That is how they get you. You get excited. You get vulnerable. Guess I'll ask Momochi later if she knows how to draw custom outfits for Reroid. She doesn't know that I can... Oh, you know who... Hey, Narex, you there? You there, my little 3D artist? Narex knows a little bit of Blender. He might be able to help you. Work on Kato, so it might work on Narex. But Narex is Dogo. Like I said, it's not for me. That is fair, that is fair. Oh, Narex Vice Dog of the Panzer, tell us your wisdom. I think Narex might be out right now. We're gonna play Warhammer tomorrow, hehe. It's been a while. I just love that game, that Rogue Trader has a character named Kibela, and I get to be the one who plays her. The owner of this emote is the person who is asking around she has a heroine model, not because of PC... Around 4, she has a heroine model not because of PC issues, and is looking for outfits for it. Ah, I see. Ah, for now because of PC issues. Okay. Until September, every Wednesday is Quartz Evening. Ah. I see. Course. Are you taking classes? Medina, are they fun? Are you having a good time? Being me. Okay, hold up. Let me grab you. It's very interesting. That is awesome. Did it work? Nope. Ah, I couldn't make you spin. I wanted to make you spin. It's fine. But yeah, if you know anyone, send them my way. Alright, will do. I'll try my best. I'll see if I can find anyone who takes commissions. Don't be real, Vroid specifically, I don't actually know that many people who use Vroid. No idea why, I just don't. I'm trying to think. I think the boobs are too parallel. If I wanted... Pinned me on the titties. Be more like this, I think. And I definitely think my boobs are a little bigger than this, so... For live today, I already know people who should come. That is good. There you go, fuller chest. Kiba, did you find the grid drawing all? The grid drawing at all, by the way, for my Minecraft pixel art? Right! I didn't. I don't remember how I did it the first time. I still don't remember how I did it the first time. I've completely forgot about that. I need to look up a tutorial. My main problem in life, I learn how to do things and then I forgot. If I remember everything I learned, I would know a lot. Change. Like, in my old university, I actually had classes on maintaining on how to maintain a wildlife reserve. That was part of our curriculum. Just like a basic introductory course though, but still. Oh, that sounds exciting. It does, until you remember all the mosquitoes. Then you remember all the mosquitoes that come with that. Diligent student Kiba sounds incredibly adorable. Thank you, Medina. My academic performances were existent. They were existent. Though I was definitely on the crowd that somehow brute forced their way out of school, rather than actually learning how to study properly. I tried, but I never felt like I was studying, that I knew what I was doing when I was studying. I remember when I entered university, I actually tried so hard to study properly that it backfired. I actually got held back on a class because of how hard I was trying to study for it. I actually tried to read the whole book that the teacher gave us. You're not supposed to read the whole book, just the chapters that they actually give you classes for. I did not know that. Oh, I get that, so you don't focus on what's most important, get through the lecture. Yeah. Yeah. The book also had over 1,000 pages. It was a book on geology and the formation of life on Earth. Very, 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 very thick book. Let me guess, like 20 of these. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you wanna hear the fun part? I didn't even need a book because at least at the time that I studied there, you could just Xerox the chapters. By the way, that university literally was run on Xerox. It was literally run on Xerox. We had a philosophy and social studies teacher. He would change the book he was using for every single lecture. Xerox, you know, copy. Paper copies. The paper copy machine. It's called Xerox here in Brazil. No, not Xerox. Xerox. You know, Xerox. Like this. Heck yeah, based uni. Yeah, like, technically, according to Brazilian law, we got PDFs to print or use. Sometimes we get the PDFs. But, like, according to Brazilian law, you can, like, copy up to 1/10 of a book, right? Legally. So you just do it, you know, 1/10 at a time. Technically, it's legal. You know, the best kind of legality, the technical legality. Yeah, it was like, every other week you go down to the Xerox and you get like you spend like $2.30 to copy. Aren't laws meant to be broken? Nah, they weren't broken, Medina. It's fine. We were copying it a little bit at a time. It's fine. But like, seriously, no one could afford the books if that was the case. No one would afford the books. There would be no... They knew that they couldn't actually, like... Okay, guys, thoughts on my butt. Is it fat enough? Copying the library books just a hobby, for real, for real. Exactly. Am I dummy thick enough? Would also be kinda thicker. I was thinking the same thing. Let's drop it a few pixels. More cake? You got more cake now. Ligma Mayo Grind said, "Hey guys, welcome to the stream." The ultimate Ligma Mayo. Let me see. I feel like I can increase 1 pixel. Also, I want to complain about the code that is happening here in Brazil, but I'm sure the second I complain about it, everyone from Europe is gonna roll their eyes collectively at me. Because I know that just happens whenever a Brazilian complains about the weather to an European. Okay, there we go, there we go. Got a nice shapely boot. Got a nice shapely butt. But like, the weather on Saturday was like 20. Baby, you gonna get some coffee to the cake? Nice. Have a nice coffee. Have a nice coffee. Head I feel is too big. Head is definitely too big. It's rolling. But like, the weather was calm and fresh, like a nice cool 27 Celsius, you know. Cool weather, but still warm enough. Still plenty warm. But then out of the blue, it dropped it to like 17. That's so cold. Usually when I stream, I have to... Hey, Rose! I have to turn on the AC because the PC heats up a lot during streams, right? Although I'm not playing anything, so it is a little bit cold. But right now, don't have to use the AC at all because of how cold it is. Came back with coffee, glanced at the screen and thought the head was in fact a butt. The head is in fact a head, don't worry. So I think the proportions are good. We can start actually drawing now. Darn hiccups. Oh no, Tammy has hiccups. Why are hiccups such a common plot in animation? Golden Kiba more like? Thank you. No, it's not mold Kiba. I'll not produce vitamin C according to some sources. Rare Kiba. The SSR Rare Kiba. Hold up, I kinda wanna show something. Hope SS Rare Crab Kiba surprised that even major hiccups goes away. This is a faceless Kiba. And I didn't remember I left the outfit in such a disarray, but yeah, there's an outfit to go with the gold bikini. And there is also a Kalkini. There is also a Kalkini. Faceless Kibas is harmless, so we good. Oh well, we'll show the Kalkini when it's out. You could good with this one, lovely work. Thank you, thank you. Like I said, all it took was for my Pinterest page to become extremely cunty. Oh heck yeah, when I draw Kiba I have to not draw a face. You know, I could make myself headless right now with VTube Studio. There is a feature for that. There is a feature for that. The Laranjutsu, exactly. I could do the most cursed thing ever. I could put my head out and put the ninjaling head on my head instead. I am not sure the world is ready for that look though. Now that sounds poopy indeed. You know, I about to start a new art team and it was going to be myself, but you're tempting me for some cursed kebabs. Why does that sound delicious? Cursed kebabs. The curse is in the taste. Guys, I gotta go now. Thanks. Okay, Medina, have a good time. Hope your chores are go smoothly as it is. And none of them involve touching cold water. Although I think is it spring already in the summer hemisphere? In the upper hemisphere? It's spring now, right? spring. It's autumn here. It's really funny. Where I live, right? We have this food festival that happens around this time of the year. And it's really funny because whenever that food festival happens is when the temperature drops to make the place where the food festival happened unbearable. Food? Food. Yeah, it's like, it's really cute. It's really cute. It has a cute story behind it. Basically, it's a charity food festival for one. It's a charity food festival, right? That was originally organized by all the people that came to this area from different countries than Brazil, right? In order to raise money for charity. In order to raise money for charity, all the immigrants from the area joined up to cook different types of foods. So they would sell on this festival to raise money for charity. That was how it began. It still raises money for charity to this day, by the way. So it's really cool. It's really cool. And it has like different dishes from different countries and from different regions of Brazil. Isn't it? It's super cool. There is this particular... I remember... I hope it's still good. There was this one particular place that sold meat skewers. That's like from like an institution that helps out people with mental challenges, right? And their meat skewer, there's just always their meat skewer always tastes great. Always being very tasty. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out better later. It is pretty cool. It had a few rough years though, because I remember over time there was an attempt to make it appeal to more people, when it was mostly more of a family event, right? And they tried to make it like a more mainstream event instead of like a more family-oriented event. They tried to like bring like big Brazilian celebrities to sing at the event to get more people in, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well. Concerts tend to attract people who want to do drugs, and people who want to do drugs tend to attract people who want to sell drugs. And the people who want to sell drugs here in Brazil are not going to be very nice. because we don't have any legal drugs. So you can kind of see where that went, how that went south fast. So that attempt backfired like really, really hard. Ended up just... Yeah, I can imagine it being poor if big Brazilians show up, everyone has to constantly look up. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. I think I can do more like this. Oh, okay. Okay, this looks good. Gonna do it like this. Yeah. That's the angle. That's the exact angle I wanted. Nice. You do the scratch here. Now, I am still trying to decide. I wonder if I do that one anime cliche of like the popsicle. Where you're like eating the blue popsicle, you know what I'm talking about? All I know from Brazil is that my cool friend and Hatsune Miku live there, and both of those are giants, so that's just why somehow everyone is there. That is nice. That is nice. Brazil is a very, very interesting place, I'll have to say. We do live in a little bit of a constant contradiction, though. Because one thing that is very, very true. This is a thing that everyone talks about Brazil. That Brazilian people are very, very warm. And apparently we are. Because there's a lot of stuff that we would be considered to... that we just consider like a given. That in other countries wouldn't happen. We also have a rough time when we're out of Brazil because of it. Everyone seems so cold. Especially about stuff that to us doesn't seem like that much of a big deal. But like, at the same time, the parts of Brazil that are dangerous are very dangerous. There's a manga. It got released here in Brazil, but I understand it's a Japanese manga. It's called... here in Brazil it was released as Slam Mangaka. Mangaka na Favela. It's the story of a mangaka who considers himself to be a failure because he never got serialized. He only gotten as far as to have one-shots published. And he is he's slowly getting disillusioned. Hey kitty kitty! So it's the story of this mangaka that is slowly getting disillusioned because he only gotten one-shots, he never got serialized. And he decides that he wants to quit. So he gets a job of teaching how to draw in Brazil for a while. He has a friend who lives in Brazil. And on his first day, he takes a wrong turn in a urban area. Now, it don't remember if it says it's Rio. It honestly could be either Rio or São Paulo. Both of them are very, very much where the story could happen in the exact same way. And he ends up in the slums, the favelas, which is like a very dangerous place for a tourist to be in particular. Honestly, to anyone, even to the people who live there, it can be dangerous. And he ends up almost getting all his stuff stolen, and a kid helps him out, and he finds out that the kid really loves mangas, especially because Brazil had a golden age of manga being published here, where a lot of like really good manga were being published in Brazil for like really, 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 really cheap. Really, really, really cheap. The way they did it was they would cut manga issues in half. So they would sell you half manga issue, but it was like half of a manga issue of Sakura Card Captor is still like 100-something pages. And so you get 100-something pages of content for like R$2. At the time, it was sold for like R$2. So it was really, really cheap. Also, they used extremely cheap paper in order for those prices. So that my issues of Sakura Card Captor were very much non-collectible, and they very much rub it all over my fingers while I was reading it. But at least I got to read it. I got to read it for like dirty cheap. There were like two main companies that were rivals. One of them would charge like 10 real for their mangas because they were made with better quality paper and they would come in full. And the other would charge like 2. But the paper quality was terrible. But still, we had choices. So this kid got into manga during that particular time. By the way, I did fact check just now about X6. Oh. So was it supposed to be the last installment again of the series? You know, Tammy, because of what you told me, it got me thinking that Mega Man X like just really, really wanted to end, and for some reason it couldn't. The battle has just begun is one of the many translation errors because the entire translation... Oh, that explains... Ooh, that explains so much. That explains a lot. 5 days? Yeah, that explains a lot. If you want to have a terrible translation, I actually know the formula for terrible translations. Still funny as fuck though. No, it is absolutely hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. But also not the translator's fault. I'm pretty sure that they were trying to emulate some sort of defect from Sigma because it was Sigma Zombie. Right? So he probably was speaking in a slightly awkward Japanese. And the translator was just like, ah, fuck, whatever. Whatever. Sigma's a weeb now, moving on. I don't have time. There's just so many pages. There's so many pages I have to go through. I'm absolutely sure that was a breaking point. The other way you can get a really, really bad translation outside of just straight up stupid chronograms, you can just take a translator team, give them a page of the transcript, and absolutely no context whatsoever on what they are doing. Which some companies do because they think this will prevent leaking of informations, right? So some companies are just like, yeah, we're gonna be really secretive, so we didn't tell anyone what the translation was for in order to ensure company privacy and stuff like that, right? The end result are some of the most hilariously literal translations you've ever seen. This was 2001. I don't think English from Japanese translation was perfect back then either. That is true. That is true. But I think 2001 it was already much better, right? If you want like the really rough translations, you gotta go all the way back to the Nintendo and Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo was already alright, but Nintendo, Jesus Christ, some of the Nintendo translations. Like, have you seen Final Fantasy 1? And that one is one of the most comprehensible translations ever. Congratulations! Oh, God. You have finished the game. You are a credit to the American education system. I don't even know that was a mistranslation. I think that was just awkward dialogue from the... Oh, have I told you my, like, personal trauma? My personal childhood trauma? Have I told you my personal childhood trauma? When I was little, I got a Nintendo. That wasn't a Nintendo. It was called the Phantom System. No, it does not involve a cactus this time, don't worry. So, when I was very little, I got a Nintendo for Christmas that wasn't a Nintendo. It was a Famiclone system that was completely legal within Brazilian borders. Call it the Phantom System. The Phantom System has a funny story to how it came to be. It's like a legal marvel that Nintendo could not touch. But the important thing of the story is the Phantom System came with one very interesting game. It came with a free game, right? And the free game it came with was the Ghostbusters. You know the Ghostbuster games? The Ghostbuster game? That one Ghostbuster game that's like a simulator? That's like a Ghostbuster simulator? Yeah. I was like 3. That was my first game. It's the wonderful... Yes, that's the one. That's the one. I remember I would boot up that game every time, just be extremely confused. Sometimes accidentally get to a driving segment, which was like the most video gamey that video game was. Run out of fuel because I'm not going anywhere. Maybe by miracle be able to get into a catching ghost segment. And then turn it off and go do something else because really I couldn't. Really I couldn't. My second game was Mario. I actually managed to get a Mario. For my second game. My third game was Mega Man 2. And then... And all after, Chip and Dale. Chip and Dale. God, I played so much Chip and Dale. You know Chip and Dale? The one where in order to defeat the bosses of the game, you had to throw bouncy balls at them? That Chip and Dale. I had so many hours in that game. So many hours. I think that one was Capcom. If you asked me what was my favorite video game company when I was little, it was Capcom. It was Capcom. They usually... Capcom and Konami, I think, were the ones responsible for most of the games that I thought were amazing. But yeah, your first video game. Having your first video game be freaking Ghostbusters. Oof. And I played so many hours of that, not understanding what I was doing, just trying to make something happen. It's amazing. Now that I look back on it, it's amazing how much patience I had as a kid. I feel like as children, we interact with video games differently. We interact with video games so differently. We're not like really... At least as far as I recall, my objectives hardly had anything to do with clearing the game. Most of the time it was just like interacting with the game and seeing what would happen. Just experimenting. If I remember well, my first 3 games were Wolfenstein. Oh, the DOS one. Battletoads. Oh my god, Battletoads and Contra. Oof. Those are tough to beat. You wanna hear what was also a game that I played a lot when I was little? The unfortunately named Scat. Yeah, but it was fun. It was. I feel like when you're like a little, you don't really care about winning the game. I remember playing Battletoad when I was 6, and I vividly remember vomiting in my teacup. Ooh. Man, I remember the first time I played Battletoads, it was a completely surreal experience. Just because of that first boss. That first boss where the screen is technically the perspective of the boss, That was very mind-blowing. I don't think a single video game had tried to do that again after Battletoads did it. I mean, look, looky. I perceive. What is not funny about Toad's feet turning to Giant's boots when he could... Honestly fair. Honestly fair. It's really it's a really funny game. And technically that segment where you die all the time because of the bikes, the pit is literally like a ball pit. If I recall correctly, it looks like a ball pit, so it's just like, eh. They're fine, they just went to McDonald's. Oh god. Battletoads is one of those games that kind of becomes unplayable in co-op mode. You'd think that having someone helping you with stuff would make it easier, but nope. Little did I know how much that would reflect my future school life. I managed to get to the final boss but died. No. No. Damn. Battletoads, they had limited continues, right? Battletoads was one of those games. Yeah. Unforgiving, relentless. You had like what? Good question. 1 or 2 continues. Oof. I think there's a way to farm lives in it, right? This is one of the secret things that you learn later in life. That theoretically you can just... There are places in the game where you can just stop everything that you're doing and just endlessly farm for healths and power-ups. I also played Contra 3 so much over the years that I can basically go through the entire game without dying. Oh... That means you can start trying to speedrun it. That means you could do one of them speedruns. Because honestly, that's the prerequisite, right? Speedrunning is not really my thing. That is absolutely fair. Personally, not my thing either. I like to appreciate the journey that the games give me. But I absolutely have nothing against people who wants to enjoy their games. But they have already reached a limit where they play the game too much. So you kind of have to create challenges in order to still keep it interesting. I need to man up and actually finish System Shock 2. Oh. System Shock is the prequel to the Bioshock series, right? Has like evil computer sort of stuff. I remember only hearing good things about it. I like the show, the game Forspoken, which I only heard bad things about it. I wouldn't call it a prequel, but it is from the same company, yes. Ah, I see. So it's just a previous game kind of situation. Understood, understood. Not a prequel, more like the game that came first. It is good, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. And if you need to man up, I'm assuming it's also very hard. The version C actually has full working cooperative. Nice! It's great when Steam has working versions of older games, honestly. And no, not because it's hard. It's because I played through half the game and got bored. Ah, it gets a little bit too long. I see, I see. Honestly, valid. Honestly, that's valid. I'll be real. The main thing that's making me play and finish games more often is because I started streaming. I'm the sort of person that can't play a game for more than 5-6 hours in total, unless I'm addicted. I see, I see, I see. In total or on a stretch, because honestly, it's usually better to not play games for that long on a single stretch. But it makes sense, it makes sense. Well, I can't even add to 3-4 hours. I see, I see. Life reasons every time. That is... Honestly, though... This is kind of a thing, right? When we were younger, we just had more free time. Also, typing without looking at my keyboard because Glad's blocking my entire screen. Ah, cute kitty. Kitty wants attention. And yes, I have my entire keyboard memorized. That used to be considered like a prerequisite for being good at typing. I still remember typing schools being like, don't look at your keyboard. You can't look at the keyboard. Don't look at the keyboard ever. I gotta say, I never properly learned how to type. I'm the type of person that will actually just look at the keyboard whenever I'm typing. I will actually look more at the keyboard than I look at the screen. I learned how to do it in the opposite way. But hey, as long as I'm able to type essays in a timely fashion, that's good enough for school. Sounds like a skill. In a sense, I have the ability to learn things the wrong way and make it work somehow. It's either a skill or a maladaptive adaptation. I'm not entirely sure which. And I got addicted to a game I played like a lot. Oh yeah. When the game like triggers the hyper focus. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Of course, dropping everything to play a game isn't a good thing. Ellie had that effect on me. I played for like 18 hours straight once. Whoa. Damn. When I was little, I remember playing video games a lot, but I don't know if I actually play it as much as I think I did. You know what I mean? Time is compressed a little bit different when you're little. The thing that made me actually waste a shitload of time was MMOs. MMOs I know I played a lot of. Even though I was like, that was way too much. It is. It is. God. I remember that Ragnarok Online encouraged you to play way too long. Way too long. The server I used to play had these XP events on weekends where the amount of experience you would get from grind was doubled. I think they did that in the international servers as well. And now that I think about it, that is almost kind of predatory. Because it's like, hey, you, do you want to have a life? No, you don't. Come to our game. God. Does sound like it? Yeah. Yeah. I remember there was a member of that game's community that they were so addicted to the game. So addicted to the game that they actually made an entire guide on how to play Ragnarok Online and still remember how to eat or something like that. What I really hated about MMOs or gacha games is anything requiring a server, or anything required servers today, is that they have events on events, not every week without any, so you can take a break. Yeah. Yeah, because the engagement is the name of the game, right? And the thing is, it's like, I don't know how to put it. It's kind of like a spiral. Because the players do demand that out of the company. And the company... If the company doesn't want to do anything predatory, kind of predatory like that, there is an actual unfortunate chance that the players will just move on to a game that is doing these things, right? Because, like, Limbus Company, it's a relatively chill game that people really love, and they kept complaining. I was trying to kill a mosquito if you heard me clapping. And people just keep complaining that there's not enough stuff to do in the game. They've been adding a lot more events recently because of that. So people demand content, the content is made, they make things grindier. in order to fill out content, which actually reminded me that like a really funny patch in Diablo 4, where apparently people complained that there wasn't enough content, and immediately their solution to it was just to patch out how much XP you gained. So it would take longer to reach the end game. It was like, oh, people are reaching the end game and getting bored? Make the end game harder to reach. Problem solved. I thought it was pretty funny. Oh, so I need to add timed events and one-time events to my game? Oh, and loot boxes and subscription service. Hashtag sarcasm. Exactly. I do feel like those CEOs have very selective hearing. They really hear what they want to hear. See, when people say that our game is extremely grinding and wasting their times, what they mean is that we should give them XP boosts by buying what was it? By buying Hot Pockets. Yes, I am John Ubisoft from John Ubisoft Games, and I have heard your complaint, gamers. We will add more XP booster to Hot Pockets, so you can buy them at your local supermarket. That was a thing. I think that still is a thing, actually. Good God. And a lot of them don't see that maybe if you are selling people to not play your game, maybe the best deal they could make with their money is just not play your game. They still get the perks of not wasting time with your game by not playing it, and that one is free. It's kind of like you know that one guy at work who no one really knows what their job actually is, and you're kind of wondering if they are really useful or not, but they're there all the time. They have to be there all the time, because when they're not there, if the boss realized that the job got done without them at all and no one noticed that they were gone, then that means he was never a part of he was never useful. So he is expendable. He is completely expendable. That guy cannot miss a day of work. That guy cannot miss a day of work. If you want to be completely useless at your job, you need to be there every day. So people don't realize you're useless. Was talking to someone? Nice. Oh god. Man, I still can't get over what Assassin's Creed has become. I can't get over it. I really can't. So, what I was saying is that there was one browser game I played that had events. Was it Adventure Quest? Last week I was told that they skipped a meeting because I wasn't there. Wow, that means you're important. That is actually good news, Kitty. And what they did is, after a while, they were like, fuck it. And all those events that you missed, they added a new tab, and And any of the ones the new events you missed was there forever. Huh. Oh. Oh, that is good. That is good. Less FOMO. I like that. So you could farm all the rewards and characters. That is nice, that is nice. Until the game shut down. It happens. Oh, these games will all shut down eventually. It's just the nature of the beast. That actually reminds me of a very interesting experience that I had. I saw Momochi go through. Mine won't probably. Like, live games will eventually shut down. Single player games will just be there. The nature of live service. Yeah. If you live, you're gonna die. That is the law of nature. If you're alive, you're gonna die. So why would it be different? At one point, even WoW will shut down. Although I feel like that community is gonna... Oh boy. Honestly, can you guys even imagine how WoW players will react to the game finally shutting down? When that day eventually comes? That's why I advocated that service. Perfect! I'm really against live services because they suck and it's a huge waste of time. They are. Like, technically all entertainment is a waste of time, quotation marks, because you don't... you don't technically do anything productive, but if you use them properly, they're a good way to decompress and stuff like that. The problem is the way that a lot of live services are made. God, I remember... we were on a cell phone store the other day, and they had like it was like a Marvel thing. There was like it was like this Marvel AAA-ass looking game that was like that looked extremely grindy, and I think it was a live service. It was so weird. Like, the graphics were, of course, AAA graphics and whatnot, but it was very... everything felt like super floaty. Yes, my SL play WoW. Oh no. Brothers shutting down WoW will unleash tides of woe upon the rest of the web, and therefore, wherever they end up congregating. With how Blizzard treats it, the players, I'm surprised it didn't happen a year ago, the masochists. Exactly, they'll turn in, they're going to the BDSM dungeon. Particularly the ones who are in Moonshire. Especially the ones in the Moonshire server. What's a Volpera? Shoto, what's a Volpera? Did they add new races to WoW? Live service automatically encourage the opposite of humane design. Easy quitting points, minimize player retention, maximize spending opportunities, maximize spend incentive, maximize life cycle crunch, always. Yeah. I don't wanna know what a Volpera race is. It sounds like a fox race. I don't even dare blocking the IP address for the WoW servers. WoW fans are passionate, I'll say that much. It's kind of funny that if I had a nickel for every time I saw a content creator get into trouble because they started playing WoW on stream, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And it's Unleashed the first ERP on the WoW servers. It is, and it Unleashed the first ERP. Ah! But the Wargames already did that. Live services games become a second job by default. The game is not trying to take over your life. It is an exception rather than the rule. Can't have shit in Azeroth. Yeah, I remember the thing where, like, I think it was like Call of Duty would purposefully waste space on your hard drive so as to dissuade you from, like, installing any other games on your PC. So you'd only have Call of Duty. Remember that? That was a thing. That was a conscious design choice. Worgen Vopera, Tauden, Druids, Draenei. Oh yeah, Draenei. The aka goat mummies. Also, the second most popular race to ERP as a Futanari. I've been on the internet long enough to see stuff. I used to play female Draenei because they were... I used to play Night Elf, female Night Elf because I thought they looked cool. Dummy. Draeneis are the second most popular race to ERP as a Futa. Guess what the first one is? Yeah. Yeah, it is. The good news is, when I play at WoW, I didn't play on a RP server. I didn't like get a lot of time playing. I played WoW for... My WoW playing experience was actually very limited. I played it end of Cataclysm and beginning of Mists of Pandaria. My WoW experience was shit. Valid, why? I can probably imagine, but I am gonna ask regardless. What was the thing that turned you off from WoW in particular? Tanks and healers were generally nice when I party with them. Uh-oh. Toxic DPS. Once played a healer and we had... Oh no. My own experience never happened. I only saw it looking outside like, the fuck are they doing over there? That was almost my experience, Narx. Then I had to actually try it because they made it cheap to actually play it in Brazil. They even came with a PT patch. So I had to ask the druid to tank for us, who was not specced into it. Ooh, oh no, their equipment were entirely wrong. What happened was we managed to clear the dungeon, but I was chugging mana drinks every 1-2 fights. So you had the overworked healer experience. Gotcha. And the rogue was insulting me all the way, calling me shit, etc. It's always the rogue. Goddamn rogues, always the most toxic players. Was a rogue. And I was like, dude, we don't have a tank. Demi had no mana, rogue. What do we expect them to do for you? Rogue. That's their problem. I use energy. The rogue cannot sympathize, for the rogue does not use a mana system. It uses a self-regenerating energy system. He was not having any of that. We all called him out on his BF to get message. Oh god. Oh god. Hold up, the guy literally started stalking you instead of moving on. Jesus Christ. That is that is peak loser behavior. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, my main problem with WoW isn't the game, is that there are players who just... Dude, I hate to break it to you, you are taking it too seriously. You are being the stereotype. You are being the stereotype right now. I know you don't want to be, I know you don't think you are being the stereotype, I'm sorry. Oof. 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 Like, I only did, I never, like, engaged too much with the people playing the game. All I told him was that he is not gonna get far in his raids with that attitude. His opponents learned to play better noob. I just laughed and blocked him. Yeah. Yeah. Man. An MMORPG where you don't want to socialize, it's wild. Look. My experience playing World of Warcraft was wild when I tried to join a PvE guild because I had a friend that recently had joined them, and he was like, hey, you're playing, you can come, maybe you can join, right? Here's the funny thing, I ran the dungeon 20 times just to get a 1 that would increase my damage to priest by 2. Ooh. 2x. You never had any troubles? So I knew what needed to be done. Yeah, here is the most important thing. That player wasn't paying attention in what you were doing. It's just like, if we're taking too much damage, the healer must be at fault. It's... Yeah. Oh yeah, while you're here, Norex, are you familiar with Viroid? And specifically making clothes for it? Tommy was looking for someone to help their friend do some Viroid clothing on their VTuber model. And I remember that you occasionally dabble in the dark arts of Blender. People complain about...
Doente o Brasil no Urax.
The person who was supposed to be our tank, but he was packed into hand wires. No. People complaining about someone else's roles usually have no fucking clue about that role or any other role for that matter. Yeah. Yeah, I straight up told him he has no idea what is. Hey. Hold up. There you go. Siri appeared out of the blue. I need to find a way. Can I turn Siri off completely? I inherited this iPhone. I know not how to use it. Started listening in my conversation, the little sneak. Would Dana have any idea, you think? I haven't the faces about Viroid, but at least theoretically understand how it should go. Huh. Processing. I may not be Norex, but my model is a Viroid model, and I have done a few other models. Hey! That's true, cutie kitty! It's far too easily distracted to learn one thing fully and properly, but oh hey, butterfly! ADHD feels. ADHD feels. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Someone who knows how to draw and set up outfits in VRite. Ah, yeah. Which is rare as a needle in a haystack. Yeah, Viroid is its own thing, that's why. My understanding is that there are people who don't like it too much. I don't know if it gets to the point where there are people who like just dismiss Viroid in general or what, but yeah, I know that there aren't too many people who are like big fans of Viroid. It does get to that point. Oh, Kai, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. 8 months. Thank you. Tier 1. 8 months anniversary sub. That's best long followed, but my time getting to know you and Momochi Kiba has been a blessing. Will change the world. Ah, thank you, Kai. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy our company. we try hard. Here we go. Not for me. A friend of mine wants to con someone for a sci-fi armor similar to Mass Effect, but not as like a copy, so she doesn't get to it. That is fair. That is fair. I honestly see a lot of VTubers will like just do it without any caution with these things. The legally distinct effect. Why does that sound like a movie? Sounds like a parody movie, yes, but still sounds like a movie. Did someone say Blender? This is what teamwork is all about. You will put multiple people together so they will have the exact skills that one very competent person would have about everything at once. And then I did talk with her not long ago and can easily recommend her live to this since she knows a few who do that, but she said she really likes. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. 3D has a lot of advantages over 2D. Like, for me to raise my arms like this, it's... I have to press a button. Hey Superfudge, welcome to the stream, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We're doing a big sprite today. How are you? Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm good, just woke up. Nice, nice, nice. Did you get a good night rest? Very important. Hold up. I think I want to keep this on a separate layer. Was okay? That's good, that's good. Yeah. See? This is like usually double the size of what I work with normally. I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna use 100% of it or if I'm gonna cut off at the bust or something. I could, if I cut off here, it's probably like a good for like a half body. But I wanna do her in full to see. These, by the way, these bigger sprites have only really been possible because of that, those art lessons that I did earlier, last year. There was a lot on the proportions that I was missing. That I really needed to learn. A few plugins setup is specific setup is needed, but yes. So the basic concept is you would need to make a basic character design in Vroid, then export that to a specific file, change the extension, and you should be able to import directly into Blender. I'm afraid not, but it can very much be done. I see. Nonetheless is playing Everything is Crab again. I think she might be addicted. I kinda need to check that game. Have you guys seen it? Everything is Crab? Witch's eyes are shining so brightly whenever she sees that game. Crabita! Indeed. I haven't. Wow, your message in Discord if you're interested and send her Discord so you can discuss it. I haven't. So, the thing with... So, Everything is Crab is a roguelike, because 95% of indies are roguelikes, where you... The concept is basically, if you ever played Spore, it's that one stage in Spore where you start evolving into a creature, and you just start terrorizing and eating everything and everyone, trying to get more evolution points so you can acquire stuff. The cool thing of it being a roguelike... Yeah, the creature phase. The cool thing of it being a roguelike is that it makes it so whatever you're going to become is more random. So I saw a guy become a carnivorous elephant that would spit acid on people's faces. That is one of the many things that can happen while you're playing this game. So I do feel that the nature of roguelike is just massively beneficial to the creature phase because you're like trying to survive. Every so often you get attacked by a crab. There are giant evil crab roaming the land, and you will have to make a choice in your roguelike adventure. Will you become one of them, or will you try to prevail becoming something different than crab? Will crab supremacy be proved, or be challenged? You know? It sends a very important social commentary. BRB, I need to buy Emote Lab. Okay. Emote Lab is pretty good. So, I saw a review of that Animal Farm movie that came out. I really want to go back to going to the movies. You know? I really, really do. But it seems today that all you see is garbage in movies and TV. You know? I only read, the book is killer. The book is killer. My dad gave me that book to read when I was like 10 or something. The new movie looks bad. My understanding is that they changed the story about as much as the Wuthering Heights movie changed the story of Wuthering Heights. So yeah, it is not very good. I also saw a clip of the guy who made the movie saying that he wanted to make the story less political, which kind of explains why it's not doing so well. Kind of explains why it's not so good. That's kind of like, I don't know. Let me try to think. It's kind of like if you... Okay. So, hear me out. This is obviously completely wild, right? But it's kind of like if you went ahead and you tried to make a movie. If you try to make a movie about a sci-fi classic that has several small stories about different ways humanity will interact with robots, and then you decide to only focus on the one way that the book says humans won't interact with robots like, and then you put Will Smith as the lead protagonist, and you change every single character in the story to be completely... Oh, wait. That's just the iRobot movie. Never mind. Alright, class, raise his hand. Who here actually watched the iRobot movie with Will Smith? Some are more equal. Yeah, that phrase is so powerful, Fudge. That phrase is so powerful. Alright, Tommy, you have a nice Nini. Good night. iRobot, me, I didn't. iRobot was... So, anyone read the book, by the way? From the people who have watched the movie, anyone read the book at all? Alright, that is fair. I didn't know there was a book. Oh no, poor Sir Asimov. I don't know what kind of fucked up stuff he did, because usually old book authors all have some sort of fucked up stuff in their closet, but still. I was trying to look up the file extension and Windows capability for Asimov, man. Yeah. Did they do something similar with I Am a Legend? They did. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. My understanding is that I Am a Legend was a book about like vampires, and they changed it to zombies, rabies zombies. The other day I had a very strange conversation with my mother where I was trying to explain to her that there are at least 3 different types of zombies in any media fiction. which can be separated into biological zombies, supernatural zombies, and magical zombies, which are slightly different from supernatural zombies, weirdly enough. Supernatural zombies usually have some sort of connection to, like, religion. Kind of like, I think, Night of the Living Dead, the plot was that hell was too full, so the dead kept pouring out, and that's why there were zombies. Biological zombies are your Resident Evil variety zombies, or even The Last of Us mushroom zombies, that are caused by some phenomenon that may exist in nature but is exaggerated. And magical zombies are raised by deity necromancers. And the vampire hunter at the end of the story realizes that while the vampires are, to the normal human, a monster of legend, he himself, the hunter of vampires, is to the vampires a monster of legend. Hence the phrase, I am legend. Ah, wow, that movie was not about that at all. That movie was about Will Smith curing super rabies and having to shoot his dog. Okay, so back to... I'm sorry for being such an unfocused mess. But, like, back to the iRobot discussion, right? The book of iRobot is a bunch of, like, small stories talking about AI and how you should absolutely program AI with the 3 laws of robotics. Please use the 3 laws of robotics if you're gonna use AI. For fuck's sake, do it. The AI will... There is a possibility the AI will take over slowly, so we should at least make sure it's not gonna turn on us. The 3 laws of robotics are here. They're really simple. You guys should really use it. Oh, you're not using it on the super large language models, are you, motherfuckers? Yeah. So that was the book. Like, the final chapter on the book was basically how they created a supercomputer that was a supercomputer that would be able to give manage all the resources of the world, right? The laws of robotics are also very flawed comes to the sets, which, you know, is also part of the point. Yeah. And that supercomputer would like do these calculations and give them as suggestions for world leaders to use. And the book asserts that the world leaders would sometimes not follow exactly what was being given to them, because it's human nature to, like, rebel against such a... against a concept like that is, like, controlling you and be like, no, I can do better than the machine. But the machine always knew which world leader would deviate from their calculations, so they would give them wrong calculations and calculate the deviation that they would try to implement themselves, so they would still follow what the machine said. The metamorphosis of prime intellect, anyone? People happy? Ah, you mean kill your masters imparts as much harm to your masters, and the last one, see rule 1. I don't know what people are so into AI, they want it to be super intelligent when they have means of taking it over eventually. Yeah, it is... Okay. Can I, like, give a really... my very heavy take on it? This is just like my humble observations of just being a wolf girl on the internet. Ah! Momochi? Hello! Food is ready? Thank you! Hooray! Humans are their own worst enemies, so clearly you need to protect them from themselves. Like, okay, I need to eat, but I'm gonna just drop this bomb while the bomb appears. And Dogo! Oh my god. Dogo, why so much barco? Hey, Linda. Hello. Oh, Momochi is teasing Lila, that's why she's barking. I think Momochi was teasing Lila so Lila would bark on my stream on purpose. Damn. Damn. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna eat now. Be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere unless you have to. Yerby. And back. I am back. Let's see. Guys, no worries, chemistry is infallible, and these are polyfluoroalkyl substances. Well, what do you mean there's microglass in my balls? Magical and wishful thinking are powerful things, especially in lay people and the overly zealous. Okay. Personally, I see this like rush with AI. Thank you. I see this like rush to try and make like a magical supercomputer. It feels like, yeah. It's like people are trying to create God. That is my hot take. That is my hot take. That's what it feels like. You want like an entity, an all-powerful entity that oversees everything, and even is able to keep other people in check. But at the same time, is your special pal who will help achieve anything you want. You know what I'm saying? At least in the Isaac Asimov book, that kinda was the conclusion. Like the super intelligent computer was like a type of god. That is like the end of the book. In the Will Smith version of the movie, right, they kinda kill God because the computer is there, but it's like your average sci-fi evil computer. And that's where the story ends. And Will Smith learned to be a bit less robo-racist because his robo-buddy was one of the good ones. You guys, you see, Nestor was one of the good clankers. That's the Will Smith movie. Don't think too much about it. Buy the movie and get some popcorn. Hashtag it's not that deep. As for a while, a lot of Nozelix compensate people would blindly think it's the best thing ever. Wow, new asbestos stuff is great and not could possibly... To be fair... At the time, what are you going to think about? How are you gonna immediately go with, oh, maybe it could be carcinogenic? I don't even know that when asbestos started being used, people really understood the concept of cancer very well. Exactly. The real problem is how they advertise it. I remember there was a documentary that they played on my uni, and it was aptly named "How Marketing Will Destroy the World," essentially. Did you ever watch The Animatrix? I have not. It's actually one of those things that's like on my list of I have to watch that I haven't gotten around to yet. I hear it's really good. It's only through decades of use and going really wrong that entered the public atmosphere as the topic of it being bad, and most people still don't understand how or why it's bad. It's literally a fucking rock that occurs naturally in the wild. Yes, I have seen the trilogy, do not worry. I have seen the trilogy, I have just not seen the animation. Don't worry, I am not that out of touch. First movie was great, second and third movie were good action flicks. Weird that everything turned out DBZ there for a second, but alright. It is what it is. Oh, I locked it. My bad. Yeah, Matrix was a good movie. Matrix was a really good movie. And what really pushed Keanu Reeves' career into going into one very specific direction. I think up until that point he was mostly a comedy actor. What with Wayne's World and Bill and Ted's Awesome Adventure. It's a great story and fights. 2's story gets convoluted, but fights are good. 3 is completely forget. I don't know, the part where where Agent Smith was like, it's meeting time, and then he's meted all over the place, I thought that was pretty memorable. We don't talk about the newest Matrix. I haven't watched the newest Matrix. My understanding is that I should not watch the newest Matrix and live in blissful oblivion. The eternal franchiseification. Indeed. Yeah, it never happened. Never happened. That's right. Game name Forspoken never came out. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no new Dragon Age, it's just the old games, that's all. What are you talking about? Just like there isn't a Dawn of War 3, real shame though, I'm really glad they're making that 4 now. I actually found a video of someone who decided to review Forspoken very recently because they, according to them, in their channel, they like to wait at least like 3 years before reviewing a game because games nowadays come so unfinished that theoretically it is just better to wait 3 years for AAA games to actually finish patching up their game. Interesting sentiment. I think it makes sense. Hey, the Dawn of War trailer was amazing. Yeah, shame the game just vanished though, weird. I watched the new Matrix movie, and I would say it isn't as bad as people make it out to be. It wasn't good as the trilogy, but it isn't bad either. Huh. I don't know, like I actually saw a little bit of it on TV, right? So I didn't like have context for anything. But I was almost sure from the vibe that it was very reminding everyone all the time of what happened in the other movies. So that gave me the impression, maybe false, I don't know, because I wasn't really able to sit down and watch the whole thing, that it was one of the more like a clip show sort of movie, kind of like The Son of the Pink Panther. You guys clearly know the movie The Son of the Pink Panther, as you all have watched the entire Pink Panther series, right? 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 Oh god. That's another one that was definitely franchiseification. It's like a comedy show, a comedy series that went in a very strange direction. No one knows what I'm talking about, right? No one knows what I'm talking about, right? That is fair. It's actually a very old movie. It's one of those movies that the only reason I know about it was because it was like my parents liked it, so they brought me to watch and stuff. Nope. Okay, so fun story about the movie. I only know the Pink Panther cartoon. Exactly. You're like, oh, Pink Panther, the cartoon, right? There was even the Pink Panther in the opening of the movie, right? But the show was, in fact, not about Pink Panther the cartoon. Pink Panther in the Pink Panther movie was actually a jewel. And the story is technically about a phantom thief who wants to steal the Pink Panther jewel, the Pink Panther crystal. And there is gonna be a hoity-toity rich guy party where the owner of the Pink Panther is gonna show it off to all his friends. And the phantom thief wants to get the Pink Panther diamond, and he's gonna take advantage in infiltrating the party. To stop the Pink Panther thief, they have a certain Inspector Clouseau, who is a French detective that is very much a parody of like I think Agatha Christie, Hercule, because I think Hercule was also French, right? And he is a very, very, very bad detective. He's very, very bad at his job. And the story follows the Phantom Thief trying to steal the Pink Jewel, the Pink Panther, but getting into hilarious hijinks because the detective is such a screw up that he can actually, his screw ups makes him unpredictable, and he actually starts to get in the way of the Phantom Thief. Then that detective got so popular that they decide to make a second movie with the detective that wasn't named after the Pink Panther and did not have the diamond at all. That was simply called A Shot in the Dark. And it was about Detective Clouseau trying to solve a murder where someone was literally shot during a blackout and no one knew who the culprit could be. So it was all about Inspector Clouseau being kind of a screw-up, interviewing a bunch of very suspicious people who were also very eccentric, and trying to figure out who done it. Then they started using the Pink Panther name in the franchise because people were a little bit confused. And Inspector Clouseau became the face of the... I'm being reminded... No. Although, I'm not gonna lie, Super Fudge. There were some jokes that were on exactly that level. I think Master of Disguise was inspired by Inspector Clouseau. Like, one of his disguises, and the main joke being that if you're gonna disguise yourself as something, you should disguise yourself as something that doesn't call attention instead of disguising as someone who call attention. He would have an inflatable hunch that he would use, so he would be... So basically he was like, I have the perfect disguise. Dresses up as the Hunchback of Notre Dame, pretty much. Right? That was kind of the joke. And the Hunchback was inflatable, and there is one point in the movie where he accidentally inflates it with helium. So he starts flying away, because this is very much a slapstick. This is very much slapstick kind of movie. And that is the kind of hijinks that these movies had. Inflation! Oh my god. They're gonna make our Pokemon cards cost more! Run away! But yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. If I recall correctly, I'm not entirely sure if the movies hold up 100%. I remember they relied a lot on like unfortunate racial stereotypes to a degree. There was a character it's all coming back to me. There was this one character called Kato, who was like a butler of sorts to Inspector Clouseau, and he was inspired in... Don't Google logo polyflation. Okay. Fair enough. I won't. And I think he was inspired into another character called the Green Beetle, which was like a... kind of like a Batman at Home. So the thing is that he was like supposed to be this karate master or kung fu, I don't even remember anymore, and I don't know if the writers knew the difference. And the gimmick was that he was training Inspector Clouseau to learn martial arts, so he would hide himself and attack Inspector Clouseau at complete random to keep his instincts hunted. This basically was just an excuse for a completely random fight sequence that would involve in a lot of things being destroyed for no good reason and slapstick. And I think that was the joke, the whole extent of the joke. I think that was, not that I think about it, the humor of that movie was actually very childish. I think the shot in the dark and the other one were smarter. But then the franchise just became all about slapstick and nothing more. It evolved into pure slapstick, I believe. Yeah. God, that movie was old. I think it was like from the 60s or something. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I love talking to you guys. I keep unearthing so many weird memories. Oj. Indeed. I remember my mom really liked those movies. I think we even have like a DVD case with all the series. I love talking to you. You keep triggering flashbacks. Kinda? Kinda? Kinda, yes? Honestly, kinda. The thing with this old media is that when you're a kid, there are so many jokes and so much stuff that completely flies over your head. And then you go and watch it again and they're like, what do you mean this was a thing? There are things you may find in old movies that will actually mortify you. And you're like, I watched this. This was completely okay at the time. What the hell? I did not notice that at all. Because I think some of it is designed for children to like not pick up, right? Guys, let's cancel people for movies they watch it and comprehendingly as children. Hooray! Is that the new thing? Is that like the new Twitter? Is that the new Twitter thing? Good cartoons have jokes for kids and adults. Yes, yes, yes. Especially the older ones. I was talking to about this to Momochi. Like when animation was like in its golden age, so to speak, as in like it was like getting like really, really big. People didn't watch cartoons on TV. They watched it in the movie theater. So you would have these matinee, I think it was called, where it was the morning showing, and the parents would bring the children in to the movie theaters, and they would watch like 10 episodes in a row of Bugs Bunny or something, like 10 showings of Bugs Bunny. And then maybe some Popeye or Woody Woodpecker and stuff like that. There was like even like in Brazil there's even a music about a guy who went on a date with a girl to watch Woody Woodpecker, and he tries to kiss her, and and when he kisses her, the kiss is really loud, so she gets embarrassed and slaps him in the face for kissing too loudly in the movie theater. That is a song. That is an actual Brazilian song, by the way. It wasn't that he kissed her, it was that the kiss was too loud and that embarrassed her. So I do have archaeological evidence that was indeed the case, and people really watched cartoons in the small cartoon episodes in theaters. Yeah, theatrical. Which is why if you find some older cartoons, sometimes they will have like some fourth wall breaking moments, and it will be at a movie theater. They will break the fourth wall at a movie theater. Whenever they break the fourth wall, the person, whatever is happening, it's interacted with a movie theater audience, and that's the reason. God. Saturday morning cartoons in Brazil were basically governed by old cartoons. Really, really old cartoons. There was a whole industry of adapting them, which is why we have unique names to the characters. So Bugs Bunny has a completely Brazilian name. We just had clinically depressed bread. I'll be real, Norix. The children's children's TV hosts the older children TV hosts, they were just scary. They were just scary. Mamuchi talking about Fofão, right? Mamuchi talking about Fofão. Nice legs, Kiba. Hey, Pastana, thank you. I drew them myself. How are you doing? Are you cooking, Kiba? I'm cooking good. I'm cooking good. We still have the bread, Kiba. Hey, treasure that bread. If that bread went away, you would miss it. You know? I do fine, thanks. Gonna work on some stuff before bed. Nice. Oh, it's important. Take good care of yourself, Pastana. Here. In here. But like, dude, there were good ones though. There were good ones, but the good ones came later. Best part, the bread was designed drunkenly in one night after they realized the original design for tomorrow's meetings with the producers look extremely sus. Oh no. Ah, I gotta share this with you all. I gotta share this with you all. Hold up a sec. I'm gonna show you how wildly different children's Brazilian hosts were. So here's host number 1. First of all, if you are going to sleep, you should look away from the character, from the TV, from the screen right now. And oh, Icarus, thank you for the sub. 29 months, I really appreciate it. You're gonna hate me if you look at the screen right now. For everyone else who's morbidly curious, here's Fofão. He was an alien. This was considered a good host for a TV show. This guy hosted morning cartoons. Icarus. You may notice that he shares a lot of similarities with Chucky, only scarier. And here is his doll. Look at this fucking thing with its dead eyes. Momochi had one of these dolls. It just disappeared. She doesn't know what happened to it. She believes it's still in the basement of her old house. Why is his face a ball sack? Good question, Arx. I think drugs. Honestly, I think drugs. Personally, I think drugs. Then, you don't like Fofão? That's fine. Here's a very friendly host for TV. I have to look for his picture when he was young. Really? That's what he looked like when he was younger? Okay. Hold up. You had this guy. you had this guy. This is Sergio Malandro, aka Mischievous Sergio. His main thing was he wore the cap sideways, and the cap had a little like a spin thingy. Lazy Town. Honestly, it's Lazy Town if Lazy Town was lazy. Is the best way I can put it. And why are there only pictures of him in Yeah, so okay, I'm being unfair because this is a picture of him currently. But yeah, there's the propeller hat. There's the propeller hat. Now, why does he look like a young Adam Sandler? It does. He's still alive somehow. He is still alive somehow. All his current pictures are him in Is he the Brazilian Chespirito? No, I think the Brazilian Chespirito is Chespirito. You're talking about, if you're talking about El Chavo is part of Brazilian culture. We have kidnapped him and he is unofficially Brazilian now. Actually, we didn't kidnap El Chavo. We kidnapped the neighbor that looks homeless, or Seu Madruga. Now, I am gonna show you the extreme different spectrum of this. Prepare yourselves. This is Xuxa. The other host for children. She is very, 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 very famous. For her time, at least, she was like super popular. And this, she actually was like, she spearheaded a movement of children's TV hosts, all being blondes, relatively hot young blonde women, that will appear on Playboy at one point. That is also a canon event. So this one actually comes with the age when the photo was taken. 1991. This is Angelica. One of like her main traits was that she had a beauty mark on her thigh. And she did a bunch of different stuff. She even had like a little sort of the nanny sitcom for children, where, and by the way, you guys are gonna love this concept. She was a fairy that was sent to the Fae realm to help this one lame guy who owned a talent agency to find new talents to spread happiness. That was the sitcom. And she had two god fairy mothers that would cause hilarious hijinks. And now, so what are we up to? I had a few issues with my FC. I'm showing old Brazilian stuff. Okay, guys, I'm gonna show you a good one now. Because I only showed you kind of crap. Okay, I'm gonna show you something that can challenge your depressed red, Norix. You're actually gonna like this one. So, here's the concept for a children's cartoon. It's not a children's cartoon, a children's show. It's a television it's a television station that is run entirely by dogs. And the dogs all do fun, cute stuff. And it's all top-notch puppetry. Behold, TV Colosso. This is Priscilla. She is lovely. This is the boss. Here's the boss of the TV station. Here are some other random dog puppos. And they get into a lot of random stuff. This was top-notch. This was top-notch Brazilian children entertainment. And they had issues with fleas. These are the fleas. They look like this because instead of drinking blood, they like to drink electricity straight from the cables, so they're always chewing on cables and causing trouble for the TV station. They are the closest of what you can call villains. We just had an old guy in jeans suspenders talking about dandelions for a while, then educational stuff about random things. This was like the best thing that was on television. And it's quite a shame that it came to an end, probably because of the cost of keeping the puppetry going. But yeah, they were awesome. They were awesome. I really loved them. Priscilla was the main star. Priscilla was the main cast, the main star. She was really cute. The fleas and Priscilla were like the main attraction. Okay. Okay. But enough weird 90s nostalgia from Brazil. Enough. TV is weird. TV is weird. Hey, better than the final episode of Alf. Which, from my understanding, traumatized an entire generation that actually watched it. And that happened for a hilarious reason. The show was cancelled at random during a two-parter that was supposed to be the show's finale, where Alf gets kidnapped by the government, and in the next episode, they were supposed to help him break free. Instead, with hilarious hijink, instead the show got cancelled, so the show ends with Alf being kidnapped by the government, and nothing is ever done about it. He is just dead now. He is just dead now. He is just dead. He gets taken away by the government on his final episode, and he is just dead now. Maybe he's alive, maybe he's being tortured to this day. And despite the many you got sent to Brazil, exactly. Bad ending, you got sent to Brazil. You got sent to Brazil, exactly. Did you not know that, Norex? I didn't either. I didn't either. Like, I remember that I watched the show a bit when I was little. Never watched it too much. It wasn't like a... much of an attention grabber for me. And if you followed me on... if you follow my stream for a while now, you probably know that I hyper focus on things randomly, so yeah. But the fact that that's how the show ends is amazing. It's just amazing. There was a to be continued, but it never continued. It never continued. It just ends with the family horrified as the government takes Alpha away and he's like, help! And then he was never heard from again. It's so funny. It's so funny. Okay, I'm trying to figure out... If it no, okay, I'm putting in the finger in the wrong place. I'm putting the finger in the wrong place. It would actually hide it. Yeah. The thumb is over here. That's why it doesn't make sense. Amazing. It really is. It really is. It really is. It's, I don't know, if it's like if there is an they try to make a PSA episode with the Depressed Brad, where he is setting up a rope to hang himself, and then it ends on a cliffhanger, and then they just cancel it afterwards, like, the Brad is about to jump on the rope, and it just ends the show. Instead, it was going to be a PSA where their friends rescue, and he learns a valuable lesson about never trying to do that again, and instead the show just ends. I think it's along those lines in terms of trauma. It's pretty close. I'm pretty sure... Wow, German humor. Damn. Damn, Norex, that's cold. That actually reminds me of an old joke here in Brazil. Guy was trying to make an advertisement for his nail company, right? His nails company. And he makes an ad with Jesus Christ at the cross and the sayings with Roberto's nail, Jesus will never fall out, or something like that, right? So immediately there's a group of religious people who complain to him, like, what the fuck are you doing? Take that out, that is very poor taste, right? It's like, okay, you guys don't want me to put the image of Jesus nailed, that is fine, And then he takes it out. Then the next ad is a cross that doesn't have Jesus in it, with the sayings, If they used Roberto's nail, he wouldn't have escaped. There you go. Problem solved. Genius. That is probably one of the least riskier jokes that I know in Portuguese. Which is why I don't use them often. Anyhow, let's make this hand looks good. I don't know about the positioning of the hand and the arm. I gotta work out some angle bullshit. Burnt has 3 taglines. Crap, I hate this, and I hate my life. It's a very sad Bredo. Did Burnt ever try to go to therapy? And did it go awful? Because I feel like if it's like I feel like that would be a story that would be told with that character. That feels like the kind of story that would be told with that character. Then we raise this up. Circle. Gonna check it later. Mhm. Think this is more along the lines of the angle I want for the arms and stuff. Mhm. Okay. Man, childhood, you know? So wild. Let's see here. The goodest of times, I know, right? Growing up, reading Brazilian Mega Man. Not really understanding that there was something weirdly sexual about the way Ro was tied up with those wires in that one scene. For anyone watching the VOD, the role in the Brazilian Mega Man manga was 18 plus, so don't worry about that. Hold up, repeat that last one. Were you here for the Brazilian Mega Man rant, Norix? In Brazil, an very much crazy person had gotten the rights to publish a story using the Mega Man IP. And he decided to make the story with like let's call it fan service. So he aged up Ro to be 18 because her design was roughly based on the Mega Man cartoon in the 90s that also technically had her aged up. And she was like the main vector where the writer could channel his horny. So there was a lot of like weird, just a lot of weird stuff happening to her. There was just a lot of weird stuff happening to her. Whenever she got captured for any number of reasons, the villains would strip her naked. Her nipples would be censored by like weird metal things. She had like metal nipples to act as censorship. There was a plot where she had hyper regeneration, so she would like get blown up a lot too. So her clothes would fly off, you know? And the size of her rack really varied with each artist. Now I'm mad that GW stole the Sanguinary Guard's Harmonipo again. Well, this looks worse. This looks worse. I think I went too far with the change. Gonna actually undo the whole thing. Yeah, this is not good. But that one was terrible. So what if I just do this? You just light it in the vector. And then forward it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that works. Let's work on the boobies, shall we? Today I can stream for a bit longer than usual because we no longer have the singing lessons no more. Booba indeed. Na, 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 na. There is an anatomical issue with this arm. I'm not entirely sure what I'm messing up without like looking up some reference books or something. It has something to do with the elbows. I feel like the elbow is not it's not coming together the way it's supposed to, you know? Like the elbow joint is a bit off. I think this whole area here should be a bit more like this. Ah, that's what that is. That's what that is. The elbow should be higher, I think. Yeah, the elbow is too low. Should actually be more like this, I think. And I do think that the... Yeah, unfortunately... I mean, kinda. It's not completely wrong, it just doesn't feel like, Alright, I procured a very special model kit. Ooh, what you got? 1996 Talieri model kit of Ra Commandash. Oh. I see, I see. I'm not entirely sure what these words mean. Is it like a plane? Or a ship? A helicopter! That was my third choice. Very weird helicopter, nice. That incidentally also doesn't look right. Ah. And the fact that it doesn't look right make the model special? I see, I see, I see. Only two companies ever made the model kit of it, one being Revell, the other being Revell. And fuck Revell. I see. Hold up, I think I actually know the name of that brand. I've been to model kit stores and most of the stuff is usually made by Revell. Both are now out of production. Oh, so it's a very rare model too. That's awesome. It's awesome that you were able to get it, not that it's out of production. The Comanche is a weird little guy like me. I need it. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Otherwise, it's a rule. I rather dislike helicopters. Interesting. Personally, I dislike any helicopter that has ejectable seats. I don't think that's very safe. You'd hate... Did they actually? What, did they design it for like a captain or general they really hated? Because that seems like the reasonable explanation why a helicopter would have an ejector seat. The rotor blades ejects first, then the seat. But you still... So instead of have 100 chance of being chopped up, you still have like a 50-50 of the blades just returning to your head like a boomerang. Here's what you're saying. It's Russia, Cuba. Oh no. Man. It's what they do. And then these guys are like, man, I don't know why these guys don't want to fight our wars anymore. There must be all non-patriots. Like, you already have your enemies trying to kill you. Why... Why try to kill your allies too? That's what the enemies are for. Wild, isn't it? Indeed. Very wild. Very, very wild. You know, now I think it's kind of it's canon to me that all those card game animes where you have the villain's deck be like a deck that is all about sacrificing your allies to achieve victory. It's just straight up based in war in general. Yeesh. Okay, let's get the booba properly line-arted. There we go. Now we have an idea where the elbow is. Kind of. There's different doctrines. A lot of modern ones assume the enemy has manpower so superior you need to preserve yours to even stand a chance. Others not so much. I personally find that at least in card games, victory is usually achieved by whoever actually rations their resources properly. Back then, some people were equal and other one peasant, so you know, yeah. So, sorry, little Jimmy, your father was in the acceptable sacrifice category. And so are you, now that I think about it. How many years until you make 18, Jimmy? Try not to catch the plague until then. Something along these lines, right? Na, 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 na. Battles would literally be put on a timeline to find a diet for an impromptu funeral. Ah, yeah. The chivalry code. That only applies if you're rich enough. Meanwhile, the peasant would lay dying a dozen right and like, oh man, I died, shame. Oof. Yeah, Narx, you know how it is, some people are just more equal than others. Hey, full circle with the Animal Farm discussion. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We did it. Okay, let's draw a guinea over the Buba. Best part, even knights would get PTSD. We know this because nobody actually wrote about the peasants. They also just died a lot in general, so oh god. That's okay, Sir Knight. I won't live enough to develop the STD. Good god. I feel like the church was like holding the peasants from rebelling with a shoestring. Because like Jeebus. Don't worry, the good knight just made sure you went to heaven faster. One of the US founding fathers died from shoving a whale bone of his bun, so you know, history is wild. Truly, truly. That seems like an interesting line of experimentation. Did they found a letter that read, "That by whale boner, haha, worth the pun." Sorry. Here we go. No, but apparently he was just really constipated and really sick. You know what? That is... If there ever was a reason to try to shove a whale bone up your butt, that is fair. That is fair. That can be agony, that is fair. It does track. It does, it does. I didn't kill that person, just send him to be judged by God. If God deemed it then to be innocent, then he should return then to mortal world. Paladin. That is not very off with how a lot of knights acted. Not that they totally bought into what they were saying, it's just that it was a very convenient thing to say at a time. Valid. Now, where did I put that medical degree? Oh, he prayed to God for help, and God did not help him. He did not pray hard enough. Also, as a necromancer, is just a cleric with tiny issues. Right. Correct. Absolutely correct. Although I do think that the one class who like has a surprisingly I wanna say not coincidence, but that has some amount of overlap with each other is ironically the warlock and the cleric. Since they are technically both agents of a higher force in the mortal realm. My favorite thing was this one French-English wars where the French sent knights to the English, killed them all, and the French were like, surely there was some kind of mistake, and send out the rest of their knights. Oh god. He did not understand. They weren't going to take prisoners. It feels almost a bit naive that people had these codes of conduct in like life or death situations and actual disputes of power. And it was just like, yeah, everyone will always follow these. It's fine. There are no rules in war, sadly. Indeed. There is one rule to war. Avoid it at all costs. That is the only rule to war. The only thing preventing anyone from putting nukes in orbit is a treaty from the 70s. And the idea that someone else will put a nuke on you if you try to put the nuke first. And the risk of random nuclear fallout hitting you, but you know. That's it, really. Just kinda crazy how you really haven't figured out that one yet. I think it's because there is nothing to figure out, right? Bomb goes boom, things go up. I guess that also really goes to show how bad humankind is with managing nuclear waste. It's saying more so the rules of engagement type of thing. Ah, yeah. If you think about it, a lot of history ends up being written by the people who figured out that if they can take advantage of a rule that everyone is following but then they win, that's exactly what happens. If I'm not mistaken, that's kinda how Julius Caesar took over Rome. The whole... Oh, we'll pass power to this person in a time of emergency, and then they will pass it back to us when it's in peace. And it was like, what if I don't, though? What if I just don't, though? Then I get kicked out the power. This is awesome, I don't have to listen to them. And it was so easy, too. All I have to do was not give it back. And then he got backstabbed by people who were like, well, since he broke the rule, I might as well take over. They broke the rule of not backstabbing him. And it also worked out wonders for them. You just pass back absolute power, surely, right, Julius? Julius? Rule of acquisition 34. War is good for business. I wonder how much that applies nowadays, though. I feel like nowadays war is good for some businesses, but others languish. The rule did instead what business, just that it's good for business. That is fair. The string is too straight. This string is way too straight. It's gonna look weird. You need to find ways to make the curvature more natural. Which I think is like one of the main challenges of pixel art, is that it's very easy to make straight lines in pixel art, but it's very hard to make those straight lines not look artificial. Because they are too straight. And as we all know, nothing is too straight. But I'm looking at the rules of acquisition, I'm starting to think there's some very specific person out there acting like a Ferengi. Yeah, what's a Ferengi? And are they related to Ferraris in any way? Have you seen Star Trek? No. That one I actually have not. I have not seen any Star Trek. My mom has seen more Star Trek than I did, honestly. Ferengis are space goblins. Huh. Interesting. I guess they're not as much of pop culture reference as like the Klingons are. Because the Klingons, you hear all about them, you hear about their language. The Ferengis are the first time. Honestly, just from pop culture reference alone, I thought Star Trek was like humans, Vulcans, and Klingons. And Borgs. And that was it. Well, that really gives like a lot of credence to the criticism that Big Bang Theory is a very how do you say, it's like a very shallow show, because they really only reference the Klingons and the Vulcans. Superficial? Yeah. I went with shallow. I think shallow is valid too, as a word. What exactly? They also have a tendency of like altering their source material references just to make a joke work. There is a big example. I'm starting to think I hit 11 on the nerd scale. It's okay, kitty kitty. I believe in harmony between the many different nerd cultures. You keep talking about Brazilian Mega Man. That's a very off thing to say. Look, I didn't say it would be easy. People have a penchant for rejecting each other way too easily. What did I hear? You heard very nice vocals from a very nice lady from the very nice song. That may or may not have come from the Shmenta game. Yeah, vocals. I mean, I've been playing the song for like over a year and I never had any problems, so you know. Those tones of oh no. I know what that is. I never watched it, but I know what that is. That actually reminds me of something that is kind of fucked. I remember that I already have bought magazines that were like, I think it was Holy Avenger. I don't know if it was Holy Avenger, but it was something along those lines, which is like for teenagers, basically. And they just had ads for... They just had ads for like buying hentai. Hentai... It wasn't even DVDs at the time, I think it was cassette tapes. Here we go, the Kliba Classic Holy Adventure. Dude. You don't get it. It was like one of the first like big nerd things that got into my life. It occupies a very special place in my heart, honestly. You gotta understand. And it just has some really odd things about it. It just has some really odd things about it. Okay, guys. I think that's all the time we have for today. So, thank you all for joining me. Hope you all have a wonderful day or night. And now, we find someone to raid. Let me see. Who is on today? Do you have a request of raid? Do you have a raid request, Norex? Anyone has a raid request? I will take it. I realize it's almost 5 o'clock. And that's a pretty long time for streaming, actually. That was a pretty long time for streaming. No idea? If there is no idea, I think we'll just go to Milia. I think we'll just go to Milia. Let's see... Where's she at? I swear I saw her here on the list. Then I have to type her name. No, there she is. There she is. Okay, so everyone, thank you all very much for joining me today. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And remember, when in doubt, when you don't know what to do, just think like Anisha. And... sure you can. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Did that sound cut? I think that sound cut. Oh well. Bye-bye.
No. Data? Why is my Spotify just not playing anything now?
I'm not in Kuro's server.
No, the music just stopped playing in general. I think my Spotify bugged and died. Hold on. Bow, bow, bow. Oh my god, we're getting so many raids today. Hi, Kiba. Hello. Hello. Welcome.
I'm
Thank you for the
bringing the
raid.
raids. I'm bringing my milkshakes, bringing the
Okay, Lulu. Okay, Lulu. Bro, where is streamer mode?
Dude,
I lost it.
I will go to someone's house for a milkshake.